memorandum of understanding with the approval of our attorney. Been moved by Alderman Shipp, second by Alderman Moore. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, the motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Second item on the agenda is from the Holly Springs Advanced Society.
Hi. Hi, Mayor, Board. My name is Michelle Anderson. I'm Vice President of the Holly Springs Advancement Society. Our President, Alicia Evans, couldn't be here tonight. Patrick Foster, committee head for the Christmas parade, and Tanya Churchill, committee head for the trunk or treat. The two projects that we said last month, I think when we were here before y'all, that we're gonna try to put together for the city this year. And this is our update. We'll probably come back in November and update again when we have more information about the Christmas parade and we're getting closer to that. But I'm going to turn it over to Tanya for the trunk or treat report.
Yeah. All right. So what we've been doing is contacting people around the square, not just the square, businesses and community throughout the community, but primarily the square, since that's where we're focusing right now. Asking them if they were willing to participate in trunk or treat, either by having representatives there to hand out candy, or either provide candy to others that will do so, or donations so we can buy candy for those things. At this point, we have 12 committed people. These are businesses, not individuals, just because all of our committees, people are going to be there. But we have 12 committed to being on the square, 7 committed donations of either funds or candy to participate, and 20 people we're waiting to hear back from. So we're trying to follow up with those as we speak. And I wanted to show y'all, this is a flyer that Mr. Patrick created for us, that we have went around to all the businesses on the square, asked them to put this up so people will know what's going on, know the time frame, those kinds of things. And it's also on our Facebook page and the Holly Springs community page on the Facebook. So, but we were thinking, if at all possible, we would like to ask the city if we really want to make this more than just a trunk or treat, and try to make it more of a kind of a carnival atmosphere out there that night, and maybe block off the street from Memphis Street and College over around to Retro Rooster, just that little L part of the square, so kids and parents didn't have to worry about kids running in the street. We do have some commitments from over on the other side, over by Van Dorn, by tourism, but anyway, we're just trying to think about safety of children, because we know they get excited and they want to run. We also are trying to get in touch with some of the food trucks to see if they might be willing to come up there. Find somebody that might have cotton candy or face painting, really try to make it more than just a trick or treat thing, but more of a little carnival atmosphere for families to come and participate in for Halloween. But in doing so, if we do block the street off, we're going to need permission from the city to do that and the police to do that. So we would like you to take that under consideration for us to do that. It was not done last year. It was all open last year.
Question for you. You said Memphis to College. What about Market? Because you mentioned over to Van Dorn.
Over where Retro Rooster is, that's Market and Van Dorn. From there back to College, and then from College, Memphis and College. So that whole little L over there, like by the tax offices, Booker's, Southern Eatery, Apothecary, kind of that area. And the courthouse has agreed to participate in the trunk or treat too, so then people could go up on the courthouse properties. So
I'm going to, is it necessary for a board order for us to do that? We just have to agree that we do that. If not a board, we'll do it. Is there a motion? Their motion,
So I still move for, you're asking for the street.
We're asking to close those two, well, actually three entrances. This entrance, that entrance, and the one back on the back side by where the Chamber of Commerce used to be, so they can't come in that way.
And then, of course, did you say police presence or something?
If they could be around, it'd be great, but you know, they would probably be the ones responsible for closing off the street, I'm
Yeah.
assuming. I've never asked to have this done before, so I'm not assuming, I don't know who does that.
Well, I still move.
been moved by Alderman Mary Weather, is there a second? Second by Alderman Shipp, any other discussion? All in favor, sign by.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. What's the start time for this trip?
It's 5 o'clock on Halloween night. And one other thing I did want to ask, because we've not got a confirmation yet, is if the city hall, aldermen, if any of y'all want to participate or provide candy or funds to us to participate in this, we would welcome that from y'all also.
I'm sure each one of us will be right there with you with our cups filled on. If you don't eat it all night.
I've had to hide the candy at my house from my husband, let me tell you.
And we'd love to have y'all's
Yeah.
presence if y'all want to
We would,
decorate a car or whatever to be up there with us.
yeah, so, and that's all we have. All right.
Just as far as the Christmas parade, we are gathering all the information. Chamber of Commerce has shared last year's itinerary and the different vendors that were participating. So we're getting the forms. South Reporter has graciously put an ad in to the paper about the upcoming event and applications for parade participants, for floats. And so we're getting ready to, well, this is kind of our focus right now, but over the next few weeks, we'll be, going headstrong into Christmas parade. Any questions?
Tim Liddy has agreed to please help us with this parade, pass all his great wisdom. For 24 years he has been doing this, but he's tired. So, but we begged him to please just stay for this last one and walk Patrick or someone else that may volunteer through it, and then we'll be on our own.
Yeah.
I think the first one's always a challenge, but once you get past that, we would become familiar.
Yep.
When it comes to the cotton candy, you said something about the cotton candy, Christy on it.
Yeah, I've got to call into Christy. She's on vacation this week because she knows how to get in touch with the
Yeah.
food trucks,
That's what I
food
was
trucks
gonna
too, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
good.
yes, thank you.
We still need to vote on who the Grand Marshal is going to be, and also we'll be discussing whether or not, Tim Liddy had mentioned that the parades in the past have been better without the stage, and we noticed that last year's Christmas parade with the stage, most of the people congregated near the stage, and then they weren't dispersed around the square, and then you really couldn't hear everything. So I don't know if that's something. We also have a couple of sponsors that have already stepped up, and we're looking forward to working with them also.
We're meeting Thursday night this week, and we'll have these things decided after we vote who the Grand Marshal is.
And I think last year, Alderwoman Patricia, when you you'll see, or you, Mary,
I had to help them.
last year. And I was there 2 years before, twice.
Okay.
So you will still have closest and you can see up here.
And we're going to need all the help and volunteers we can get because we're all volunteers. So.
The general vibe has been, though, that everybody wants to step up and help the city keep these traditions and do what they can to help. So it's been a really good experience. Everybody wanting to be behind you all in making this better.
Appreciate you all stepping up, volunteers, take this under your wing.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're happy to do so.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
Item number 3 on the agenda, municipal compliance questionnaire. And at this time, I will turn it over to our Madam Clerk.
This is yearly, annual at the end of the fiscal year. We must, make sure that we're in legal compliance. So if you look at these pages, you should see that there are questions, yes or no answers, or NA, if it doesn't apply to us. And I went through and made sure that I answered all of those questions, and it just has to be adopted and placed in our minutes.
Is there a motion to accept the compliance questionnaire? Then moved by Alderman Schiff. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Alderwoman Mary Weather. Is there any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Item number 4, 5, and 6. You'll find in your folders a package, and they are somewhat combined together. Item number 4 is term of office to some of the entities that we have around the city. The first one that you may look at is the school board, and I think the next appointment on it is coming up February 28th, 2026. You have the tourism board. The tourism board, all of the appointments on the tourism board have expired. And if you look at your package, you will have the appointments that are made by the individual positions here on the board. So we need to reappoint in those positions. So also you have for the housing authority, and it has the start dates there. You can see those, and I raise here that all of them are appointed for 5 years. So all except one, and it's showing no active will be, well, this month, 2025 would be the 5th year now. So these are some positions that we as a board member will need to be recommending appointees for those positions, so take them under consideration. And at a later date, we will come back and request or make those appointments as approved by the board. Any questions? Item number 5, that's information. And what you have here in this piece of information here is I've received from the Mississippi Department of Transportation a complaint about all of the sidewalks that were placed during the past administration, and it appears that none of them are ADA compliant. I've talked to Ms. Carolyn Fail from Mississippi Department of Transportation, and it's something that this is for your information, that we may have to go back and revamp and make sure that they are ADA compliant. And I was talking with our engineer today, Mr. Britt. He was giving me some information saying that those grades actually have to be shot because it should be about 1 inch fall for every 12 inches or something of that nature. And I know at the curves, they need to be open so that you'll have access there. I want to welcome Alderman Jones as he comes in too. Any questions about that? So this we'll be getting back with you on that. Any questions there? Item number 6 for your information. This I had a young man came by, representative came by my office, the name of Trey Bishop, and he do want to come back and make a presentation to this board. And one thing that he was talking about was the benefit of having LED streetlights. And I think all of you are aware of what those are. They reduce the energy that's being consumed, as well as give us a lower rate on what we're paying for the utilities as well. So he will come back at a later date when I get with him and bring this presentation to you all so that he can make a better presentation probably than what I'm able to make at this time. But I think the benefit of it would be economical to us, beneficial to us, as well as lighting as well. Any? Don't have an anticipated date now. I have to get with him and then we will let him know when he can come. There's some information that he needs to get from the city so that he can give us a comparison to the savings that would be in it for the city. Okay, any other questions? Item number 7, motion to authorize mayor and board of aldermen to attend the CMO elective evening class in Oxford, Mississippi on November the 20th, 2025 to include per-diem. And as you see, you have your application there in front of you, showing there will be an Oxford Conference Center on the 20th. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Alderwoman Merriweather. Is there a second?
Second, sir.
Second by Alderwoman Hodges. Any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
But we need to fill these out ourselves, or we.
Say that. You said we did it. Okay. At this time, we want to call Attorney Trey Harrison. Approach it.
Thank you, Mayor Terry, board, ladies and gentlemen on the board, Attorney Perry, Trey Harrison with Butler Snow. And this is Nick Shore with Government Consultants. We had intended to open bids this evening, but we need to work with banks a little while longer. One in particular has expressed some interest. They did not want to submit a bid this afternoon for this particular meeting. We need to answer a few more of their questions, but I think by the time of the next meeting, we'll likely be able to work on that transaction to provide that tax anticipation note. So just want to provide that as an update. Nick, do you have anything else to provide?
No, that's it.
Okay. The second thing, as you know, when I appeared before this board the last time, I talked about being engaged, and I talked about various solutions as it pertained to the city's electricity system. And I've had some time to work through Senate Bill 2453. I've had some time to analyze various issues and have come up with some thoughts and recommendations, but ultimately I've got this thick presentation that I'm not going to go all the way through. I'm going to highlight 4 overarching things that I think the city needs to look at, and then I'll provide you with those recommendations at the end. Number 1, obviously the city has the ability to borrow and issue revenue bonds in connection with the electricity system. And that's under the Utility Commission Act. And that's routinely done around the state. In order to do that, and this presentation goes through that process, but in order to do that, one of the recommendations that Nick and I both, and in particular Nick, and he'll opine as well, but a rate consultant needs to be engaged very soon to look at where those rates need to be. And obviously rates need to go up, but and that's whether or not you issue debt, whether you sell it, whether you do a P3, rates will have to go up in order to do all of the necessary capital improvements that are needed to get the system working properly. Number 2, is the P3 option. And so in this presentation, I go through various scenarios with respect to securitization and privatization, with allowing the city to still have some ownership, but conveying the rights and operations over to a private owner. There's still the ability through a nonprofit component to do a tax exempt debt. And so there are some ways to achieve savings on the debt side. But one thing that I will note, and it's in this presentation, in order to do a P3, we would need the help of the Marshall County, Holly Springs legislative delegation, because I do think we would need local and private legislation from the legislature. And we would draft that and craft something specific to whatever P3 provider that the city chose or chooses. And so there would likely need to be an RFP process in order to do that, and we can work with the city to do that as well. Number three would be the actual sale of the system. And so we've analyzed the law under the Utility Commission Act and outlined what that process looks like. And in my findings, recommendations, before we can get there, I do believe that the city would have to perform some type of valuation audit to determine the worth of the system, but you can't truly sell something until you know its value. So that's something that needs to be done sooner than later. And then that third recommendation, so rates, value, and number three, I think with respect to the engineering value proposition, we need to know the exact amount of the capital improvements that need to be done in the system. And so before we can get to any of these options, we have to be able to do that. Rates, valuation, and what are the capital needs. The fourth and final option in analyzing Senate Bill 2453 is the transfer of the system. And based on our review of the law, a transfer looks similar to the sale, except I would argue that a transfer would likely go to some type of electric association or a nonprofit, something like that, as opposed to an outright private user sale. And so we've analyzed those. We will spend some time with you, Mayor Terry, at your calendar in the next couple of weeks to make sure we walk through these, perhaps even schedule a work session or meet with members of the board individually if that's desired to kind of walk through these options. But I will yield now to my colleague Nick and let him address some of his thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Trey.
Before you do, right now, and I started this here before Harrison did. We have a person that the board is in the process of possibly engaging us as a consultant. That's here tonight, just going to do a presentation as well. Because we have pending litigation, I would prefer the second portion of it that we have, perhaps in the executive session. Because there are a few different issues. They were kind of overlap, and now what you indicated were pretty much the things that we're already on the same page with, that as far as the options that are available. But there are some things that relate to the potential litigation that it's not potential, it's tracked. So I'll put it that way. It's just so it just be clear. But there's litigation that's right now involving some of the findings and things like that what we're facing right now related to the daily fines and those things. So some of this I would like to have a presentation if we can have I guess a determination for the need of a closed determination and have an executive session too, and based on litigation and this overarching concept. And I would usually like to be more precise when I say litigation, but there are two different things that are from a litigation standpoint, three actions. And so, I don't know if you want to do that now or kind of want to do it at the end and clear out some of the other issues that are on the table.
This we are there, other issues, so we won't have to come back and forth.
Understood. Yeah. Yes, sir. Understood.
Item number 9, I need a motion to authorize the execution of the PFAS against 3M and DuPont, the contingency fee agreement. I think that you all recall this is what Representative Jeff Hale brought to us in our last meeting, and it was contingent upon the attorney approving it, the agreement.
Right. There is I think it came up just as of yesterday, another individual that's an attorney from Oxford that contacted me regarding the same thing. He did have a few other um, things that he wanted to bring before the board that were not issues that were there. Now, I don't know if it's the will of the board to go forward with that entity. I don't have an issue as far as the agreement. There's nothing that I saw that was wrong or illegal or that would give me cause for signing. I don't think that there is any kind of rush to sign right now. Number one, other than if there's some exclusivity agreement with this other entity, I want to know more about how they want to go about the litigation and if it precludes us, based on what the attorney from Oxford was saying, there are some issues that the city might not want to close the gate on dealing with just the one issue as it relates to the firewall that they presented in that first presentation. And so in that regard, I would respectfully ask, and I didn't bring it up because I should have, but I've been kind of eye deep in this stuff with the Public Service Commission, to be honest. And so, but as it relates to to that, I would ask that you could hold off on that, or to the next meeting on signing it, because that other law office does want to at least have a presentation today. I asked if you could send me an email or something like that, and I can present it to the board. It might not change the mind on how the board wants to sign or not sign, but I would rather have them have the opportunity also to present what they were saying. If that, this board is okay with that.
Okay, what I would do then is ask entertain a motion of the board to table this act until the next board meeting.
Yes, sir.
That's so moved.
Then moved by Alderman Moore. There's second by Alderman Jones. Any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. Item number 10, motion to authorize City Clerk Jericho S. Jones and Deputy Clerk Wanda Scott to attend the 2025 Winter Municipal Clerk Conference in Flowood, Mississippi on December 10th to 12th, 2025. Registration fee of $275 each, plus hotel and per diem. Is there a motion?
And so moved.
It's been moved by Alderwoman Mary Weathers, is there a second?
I second.
Second by Alderwoman Hodges. Any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Item number 11. Motion to authorize Chief Rodney Crane and Captain Christopher Weeks to attend the 2025 Mississippi Fire Investigators Association Fall Conference in Pearl, Mississippi on October 22nd through the 24th, 2025. Registration fee of $225 each, plus hotel and per diem. Is there a motion? Motion by Alderman Shipp. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Moore. Any discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. Item number 12. I'm going to ask our HR, Mrs. Oliver and Chief Grant, if they would come forward. Item number 12, have a motion to hire Miss Monica.
That's her Monica. Wow.
As an uncertified police officer in the Hot Springs Police Department.
Good.
Yes, we're ready for you.
Well, I want to say, good afternoon, board. Miss Monica Walls, conducted a PT with us. She did an exceptional job on her PT test, the run, the push-ups. Missed the run for about 30 seconds, did a great job though. She's currently working for Nike Security, where she's a
where she's supervising probably about 15 employees. So she's highly recommended, and we definitely like to bring her aboard our police department
And this is as an uncertified.
as an uncertified police officer.
And I'm assuming she does anticipate to become certified, to come through.
That's correct. She would have to go to the police academy.
Uh, And Ms. Oliver, I'm gonna ask you, have you vetted and done all of your due diligence and looking at background check and so forth, so?
Yes, sir, I have. Everything came back good.
Ms. Walls, I'm gonna ask you one question, then I'm gonna open up to the board to ask you if they have. You know, one of the issues that we've always had here in Marshall County is when we hire uncertified officers and they get certified. As soon as they get certified, they have a tendency to leave us to go somewhere else. What's your thoughts on that?
I'm here to stay.
You're here to stay.
I am. Commitment and loyalty, I'm here.
Any other board members have any questions?
Are you a resident of Holly Springs?
Not Holly Springs, Byhalia.
And she has experience with the Byhalia Police Department as well.
Thank you. Should be, What? What did
you put your papers in? What did you put your papers in?
They should be in there.
Yeah.
All of them should be in there.
They look for it.
Huh?
They look for it on my pages. I don't know what yours.
Don't you have all of them on 9 applications?
Ms. Walker, you work with Bahia Police Department?
Yes.
How long did you work with them?
Probably about 8 months, maybe.
What capacity did you work for within?
Pardon me?
What capacity did you work just as an officer?
Officer.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
On the street?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions?
Very nice.
Does each one of them get a copy of her application?
It should, if you had to her, because she had, I just kept. But I had was. They don't have a lot.
Any other questions?
This building wasn't slice that we had over the budget.
Correct. That's an open slot.
So,
Any other questions?
we have a lot, never mind, go ahead.
No, any questions?
So we have, money for more than one.
Yes. We have, I think we have about 5 slots open, on one part-time.
So. Two are certified officers. They have 1, 2, 3 certified officers.
Chris Six, he's not coming aboard right
These are all these.
Is there a motion? We can table, but we got about 5 more to go. Same. You have about one,
You have 4.
yeah,
Yes, 4.
so you saying table all of them? I'm asking for a motion, non-motion. If we don't get a motion, I'm gonna close it. And, we move to the next one. Does the board have a decision that they want to make up or down?
Again, I motion that we table this until after our, not just her, her, after. We have to read that, so she will.
So you want to table all of the police officers? What, for clarification, I'm asking, because we have, what, 4? 5 officers.
Yes. That's what I suggest, instead of this.
There's been a motion to table all of the police hiring until our executive session.
I'll second that.
Is all.
Oh. Oh.
Not fast.
Right.
There's a motion on the table to, on the board, table all hiring until after executive session. Is there a second?
That all firing areas or? Second.
Second by Alderman Jones. Any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. So that's going to take us through down to 17. Okay. Is there entertaining a motion to pay the general claim docket in the amount of $59,040.21. It has been moved by Alderman Shipp. Is there a second?
That's second.
Second by Alderman Moore. Any discussion? All in favor, stand by.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. There entertained a motion to pay the city utility bills and claims in the amount of $687,082.07. Is there a motion?
This utility department or the city utility?
Utility bills and claims.
Okay, that's the utility.
city utility. Okay, sorry. Yes, sir.
What is your pleasure?
Also move.
The oath by Alderman Schiff, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Moore. Any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. As there, the motion carries. Thank you all. Item number 19. Have a motion to hire Mrs. Sandra Polis as customer service supervisor, Holly Springs Utility Department.
Miss Sandra Hollick. Hollick.
Holly.
Yes, sir.
That's all right.
Ms. Oliver, I'm going to ask you, have you gone through due diligence and vetted and all the necessary process from your view?
Yes, sir. We've done backgrounds, reference checks. She interviewed with myself and interim executive administrative assistant, Ms. Harris, our payroll clerk, Ms. Carmitra Tucker, as well as the current customer service representative supervisor, Ms. Sharon Stevenson. And so that was a panel that was put together by the general manager, Mr. Wayne Jones, so that they can interview the candidates on their own because they know what they have need of. And so Ms. Hollick did an exceptional job. She's coming to us from Criddle Financial. She's a few classes away from receiving her bachelor's. And she has a wide variety of knowledge in data systems and leadership skills that we feel like we could benefit from.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I guess my only question is, don't we have a Karen customer service supervisor?
We do. She's wanting to step down. That's why she's interviewing for her replacement.
Miss
She wants to
Sharon
step
Stephen
down.
has volunteered to step down. She wants to be the customer service representative.
Right, Mr. Jones?
And she, and
Do you have anything in writing?
that says that she wanted to step down. No, I don't. She told me. She expressed it, and she's been expressing that. And
And she
also
told
wanna
that to
pick
me
up-
as well. She's,
I know verbally
yeah.
it's fine, but you still gotta have something, cause it's incumbent upon the board to hire and fire. So it would be nice to have some form of documentation as opposed to just going off word. That's all I'm saying.
Well, Miss Stevenson is an internal lateral transfer. And she wants to transfer from the customer service supervisor to the customer liaison
I
slash
understand that, Mr. Jones.
complaint review
Right.
person
I
for
understand
TVA.
that part. I get that, but I'm just saying, for documentation purposes, it would be nice to have something documented stating that she wants to move down, resign from the current position, or whatever the case may be. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Well, he's saying, I believe Mr. Jones is saying that documentation will have taken place once we have her replacement and she does the internal transfer. That is then the paperwork of her saying that she wants to go to another department. But she's not gonna be able to relinquish it.
Approve those things. That's basically what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Because if we don't take no action in regards to Ms. Stevenson and we hire this lady, technically she out of a job, if you understand what I'm saying. Do you understand what I'm saying now? If we don't take any action tonight in regards to Ms. Stevenson and we move on to hire Ms. Holly, Ms. Stevenson technically is unemployed for the Holly Springs Utility Department. So it's a twofold thing. That's what I'm trying to express. So if we move on to hire her, it should be another motion that's coming to hire Miss Sharon Stevenson in whatever position you guys are suggesting that she's being transferred to.
She just told me this, I don't know.
I think I may have something in the form of an email. I would have to check from Ms. Stevenson, expressing that, but I will double check to
It's
see.
not necessarily the
Yeah.
documentation, it's just more so you guys advising us on what position that Miss Sharon Stevenson is moving into and the board taking action on it.
I guess for me, when he presented those positions for me to advertise, that was one of the positions that I advertised for. And so, that's why we're here. Yeah, so
So no one else applied for this, position?
there were a few other people that did apply for this position. And Ms. Hollick was the one that made it to the interview process based on the team that Mr. Jones put together. They went through all of the applicants. I sent them over to all of them. They sat down, they went over all of them, and she was selected.
My only question is, that what I don't quite get, and it's nothing, I hate that we have her here. But, so the positions that you advertise for, or that you say that you need, why we don't know about those?
They were voted upon before I ran the advertisement.
So, I mean, the sheriff, Ms. Stevenson's position was voted upon?
Yes, ma'am.
Customer
Supervisor.
I did not know that she was stepping down.
Yes, ma'am. It was voted upon by the board and the mayor to run the advertisements for the customer service.
I think what Alderman Mary Wells is saying is factual. It wasn't anything presented by this board or the utility manager saying she was stepping down. it was agreed upon by this board that that position would be applied, grant and posted as an open position. So it's a twofold story right here. One is that we agreed to post that position, and the other one is that she did not say that she was stepping down, but it's somewhat a twofold situation that we have here. So I think the only way that we're going to resolve this issue here tonight is that if we can either, and this is going to come from me, and attorney, you can correct me if I'm wrong, we can either hire this Hollis, am I pronouncing that right?
Hollick.
Holly, contingent upon we get the information needed from Ms. Stevenson, saying that she is agreeing to step down and a lateral move to the position that she has been informing the manager and HR into. That's one option that we can have.
I think generally you would want to accept if it's a resignation or if it's a move from whoever it is that's already employed, you need to accept that recommendation. If a person turns in something and says, I want to make the lateral move to X, Y, Z, that creates a slot. But if you don't have that slot created, then it doesn't matter if it's created within 10 minutes, they have whatever it is. You're saying that you're gonna require it right. Or if on the recommendation from Human Resources, the board decides if they're going to accept that recommendation, the first vote would be to vote on that position is currently taken. You have to, if the person's not resigning, if they're making another move or whatever, you need to vote on that person, the person who's already hired. Then the second vote would be on the person that's replacing that person. So you can't do it because if you're doing it now, you're voting two people into one position at that time.
And attorney, I don't want to disagree with you, but the difference that I look at that is that this board approved running and posting that position, knowing that we had a customer supervisor there. We approved posting that position. And then we have the applicants come in and they apply for the job. We have the HR do that, and then they bring up the board and we run it to the council.
No, all I'm saying, right now, Mr. Mayor, just accept it, they accept this, if they approve the position, unless you're approving two positions.
That's what, if we have to approve the two positions, we approve to run the ad.
To have two.
We run the ad, and then what we have to do is get with Ms. Davidson and then get her formal lateral move, because we approve, this board approves running, posting the position.
We not denying.
Right. You brought us, Mr. Jones, you brought us the position to post, access to post.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no way that I would have approved advertising a position that there is a current employee. Now, let me make that very clear. I would not have approved that because I would have asked, what are we gonna do with Ms. Stevenson? So for future reference, if there is someone in that position that you ask us permission to post, for HR to post, I would appreciate clarity that either this is a vacant position or a budgeted position, or the person in the position will be asked to move or have asked to take another position. Okay.
Duly noted, Alderwoman Merriweather, and if I'd have known, I would have did all this prior. I just didn't, I wasn't aware, that I had.
I'm not opposed to the running of the ad, that's why I voted for it. It's more so about us doing things the right way. That's the only thing I was concerned with. That's why I posed a question about Ms. Sharon Stevenson. I know some action has to be taken in regards to her to make certain that she's secure in whatever position you guys claim that she's going to move into. That's my own concern. I have no issue with Ms. Holland here being up for the position and job.
Well, okay, so I'm sorry.
Go on.
Ms. Stevenson was on the interview, and she was the main one pushing to select for Ms. Holly. So does that suffice as anything?
I'm not saying it's not a problem with that. The issue is you gotta just take the first vote. All you have to do is, if the board makes a motion to move Ms. Stevenson to point one to point two, make that motion and vote. If you're comfortable doing that tonight. The second part would be to vote on this.
I asked the board to do that, please. Blame me. I didn't know that I had to do it first. But Ms. Stevenson has expressed more than once that she wants to move to the customer liaison position, and that she's gonna also take on the responsibility of the TVA complaint review process and do that job as well. And so she's gonna do those two
She's
things.
saying this, we need to approve for us to even do that.
To do that,
You
yeah.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just don't
That's
do a
my
transfer
recommendation.
just because you want to do one. It comes before the board. Or transfer one employee to another position. Come from the board.
So you saying that need to be done first, before we even do this right here? That's what they said.
In the future, or is it gonna be as the mayor, presented to go ahead and,
Well, the mayor did present.
Whenever, I'm gonna just advise you, Mr. Jones, whenever an employee says that they want to transfer, it, whatever the case may be, you ask that employee to please put that in writing. When they put it in writing, you bring it before the board so the board can acknowledge it, approve it, or whatever the case may be, and then you move forward. There's no way that I'm just gonna stand on a person's word in regards to them wanting to move. That person can easily say right now to all this board, they can pop up and say, hey, I wanna keep my position. And they can deny all claims that they said they want to transfer and that they want to move. That's why it's important.
I think Ms.
It's not opposed to none of this, it's the process that has been taken for us to get here. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So yeah, but I think Ms. Harris was asking about what Mayor Terry suggested. Can we move forward with this process? Because it was in error of us all collectively and not Ms. Holly, who's already put in her resignation from her current position. Can we move forward contingent upon getting that information in hindsight from Ms. Stevenson, and moving forward is duly noted that we will comply with what was suggested by Alderman Jones. Okay.
What you just said, you said you put in a resignation.
Yes.
Previous job?
Yes.
We'll discuss that.
Right. 'Cause I
Yeah.
had a serious issue, a question about that.
Let's just do that again.
Well, it was.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just asking that, can we do what's requested by?
I rule that we table all hiring until we are done with executive session.
There's a motion on the floor to table all hiring until we go into executive session by Alderman Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Mayor Webber, all in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay, ayes have it, motion. Thank you all. We're moving down now to item number 24. Item number 24 is a motion to authorize interim county manager Wanda Harris to attend the TVPPA Utility Accounting and Finance Conference October 22nd, 2025 in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Registration fee of $628 plus hotel and per diem. Is there a motion?
Second.
It's moved by Alderman Shelby, second by Alderwoman Mary Webber. Any discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. Item number 25, motion to authorize interim account manager Wanda Harris to attend the North Mississippi Public Power Accountants meeting at North Central Electric Cooperative in Olive Branch, Mississippi on November the 18th, 2025. Registration fee of $100 plus per diem. Is there a motion?
I so moved that we send Sister Shawana Hayes to, for the registration, $100 to the Electric Corporation with Olive Branch, Mississippi.
It has been moved by Alderwoman Hodges. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Ship. Any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. I have a motion, item number 26, and I believe this is from the utility department, is that right?
Ms. Harrison. Ms. Harrison.
I think you'll find in your package, the invoices or inventory vendor VIN numbers for the items that they're requested to be scrapped. And a motion to approve scrap of scrap vehicles. And you should have in your packages a list of those vehicles and their VIN numbers.
Declare the surplus.
Motion to declare them surplus. Motion to declare them as surplus. Is there a motion? Motion by Alderman Shipp, second by Alderman Jones, to declare vehicle as surplus. Any other discussion?
Will they be completed on the inventory also? Inventory depletion.
Yes.
All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. Now that they've been surplus, need a motion to deplete them and send them for scrap. Motion to approve scrap of scrap vehicles. Is there a motion? Moved by Alderman Shipp. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Alderman Moore. Any discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. You should find in your packets motion to approve water treatment roof repair due to storm damage. And I'm going to ask Madam Clerk if she will read the bids off to us. You should find them in your packages.
The first one we have is for Mercer in the amount of $2,000.
Would you repeat the figure again?
Mercer Remodeling and Repair, $10,000. Lester Construction from Mr. Eric E. Lester, $23,800. Hampton's Construction, $23,050. GS Contractors LLC, bid proposal $38,500 with a down payment of $12,500.
They're on the okay. For the water treatment.
And your Mercer. Mr. Jones, I'm assuming that everyone was given the same information as what they will be bidding on.
Everyone came out and looked at the roof and made their bids, Mayor.
What's your recommendation?
My recommendation at this time is we are still waiting on information from the insurance company that has not arrived yet. But you can see that the variation in the bids, I was waiting on information from the insurance company. I would accept the lowest bid. I think it was 10. Yeah, that one. But with recommendations from because the insurance company is gonna, we're putting in a claim and they'll hopefully tell us what it was. Pardon me?
You don't realize the inconsistencies in between the bids that were taken? You got one quote that's $10,000, the other one's $23,000.
That's right.
So why would you go with the lowest?
Because that's why I said I'm going to wait for the insurance company to, they're going to give us an estimate. Yeah, they have a process for, coming up with what they would reimburse you
Let me-
for
let
a
me stop you
cost.
there, let me stop you there for just a minute. Because if you're bringing these bids up now, and then you're telling me you were waiting on the insurance company to make, to make their, inspection of the building, something is premature here.
Yeah, you gotta know how much the damage is assessed first from the insurance company.
Well, Mr. Chip, I don't know about that, because it got to be repaired regardless of whether the insurance company.
Yeah,
sells
because
the total assessment value of it or not. I think the bid process, and I think if you all would look through this and you would see that each one of them that I'm looking at, you're pretty much bidded on the same thing. That's what I'm looking at. But because of the inconsistency, and you tell me that you want to wait on the insurance folks to come back as to what they're gonna vote, I'm gonna ask for a motion to table this item until we get.
can I say one more thing?
Yes, sir, you say it quickly.
That building houses the brains for the entire water department, for the water in the city and outside the city. And it is imperative that that building be repaired as soon as possible, because if that equipment gets wet, there's a possibility, that we won't have any water.
Mr. Jones, I can appreciate what you're saying, but I want to give our board members the opportunity to go through and look at and compare each one of the quotes. And if each one of them are quoted on the same thing, then we should accept the bid, whether it's the lowest, the medium, or the highest, if he's saying he's going to do the same work.
Well, they did quote on the same thing because they went out and looked at it. Each one of them.
I understand what you're saying, and we got 1,001 question that this board is going to
Okay.
ask you right here now. And you came to the table saying that you need to wait till the insurance adjuster come out to make their adjustment on it, which I see no bearing upon it whatsoever. If they don't pay you for $500, we still have to get it repaired.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
So, I don't understand this as well as this process that we're going through here tonight. It seems tonight as though we're going backward instead of forward in everything that we've been through here so far. So, I would, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, said they came out and looked at it, but did we state what work we wanted done? I think that's where the discrepancy comes in. We wanted the roof repaired, it's pretty broad statement. And one's talking about replacing rafters, all of this other stuff. What work was required from us, I guess?
We asked them to repair the roof that the wind blew the original roof off. And we asked them to look at the roof, look at the building, and tell us what it would cost to repair the roof.
Did you already contacted the adjuster?
Not at that time, no.
Have the adjuster been, insurance adjuster been,
Has
has the insurance adjuster been contacted thus far?
yes, sir. I started soliciting bids the night that it happened, because I knew that roof had to be repaired as soon as possible for what it houses.
So when are they coming? Have they given you insurance?
Mr. Jefferson knows that. I don't know that. He's in charge of the water.
I'll get our broker on the phone tomorrow and expedite it. I'll get Mr. Thompson on the phone. I'll get Mr. Thompson on the phone tomorrow and expedite. Just get somebody out.
So,
Attorney, I'm going to ask you the question now that we have read these bids off. What good are they now?
the bids have been, we take them under advisement, they're gonna expire.
Okay, is there a motion to take bids under advisement?
Also move.
Second.
Been moved by Alderman Ship, seconded by Alderman Hodges. Any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Item number 28, I'm asking for a motion to approve September 8th public hearing budget meeting minutes, September 15th budget minutes meeting, September the 16th regular board meeting minutes, September the 19th, and all of these are 2025 special call meeting minutes. Is there a motion?
I so moved.
It's been moved by Alderman Shipp. Is there a second?
A second.
Second by Alderwoman Merriweather. Any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. Item number 29 for economic development discussion, and I believe that's going to be with Mr. Tim Liddy, and we will take that matter up after we go into closed session. At this time, item number 30, reports from department heads.
I would like to present the water board member training for Alderwoman Hodges and Alderman Moore. Will have to go to training October the 14th, 2025 in Tupelo, Mississippi. And the cost is $115 each per board member plus per diem. And for the advanced board member training, that would be for Alderman Jones, Alderman Shipp, and Alderwoman Merriweather. They can either attend the meeting on October the 16th in Tupelo, Mississippi, or there is a webinar that they can attend December the 2nd. And for the mayor, if he so chooses to attend the 2025 board member management training, October 14th, 2025, in Tupelo, Mississippi. 8 to 5.
October 14th, that's next year.
8 to 5. Register.
In Tupelo. You will do the cooking. Yes. All of these, be careful. Can you read those again, please, so I can ask for the motion?
For the mayor and board members to attend the 2025 board member management training, October 14th, 2025 in Tupelo, Mississippi, $115 each plus per diem. And advanced board member training for board members, October the 16th in Tupelo, Mississippi, or the webinar December the 2nd.
Is there any fee for the webinar?
$25.
Is there a motion?
I so moved.
Then moved by Alderwoman Hodges, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Alderman Shipp. Any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. Any other department heads?
Okay, board, you should have in your, Board of Aldermen should have in your packet, something that looks like this right here, our, which outlines our report, my 90-day report in front of you guys. If y'all will take a look at that, I'd like to go over that. And, you want me to read it out?
Maybe for the others, I've already seen.
You already seen it? Okay.
You can give a highlight for the general public.
Okay, the report outlines the progress made by the Holly Springs Police Department from July 1st, 2025 to October 1st, 2025. This highlights crime statistics, community engagement, staffing, training, operational improvement, along with challenges for future goals. The crime statistic, The overall crime rate appears to have decreased since July 1st. Violent crimes have decreased. The call volume for shots fired has decreased tremendously. Property crimes has decreased. We are not getting a lot of B&E calls now compared to the high volume that we came into in July. Officers are conducting traffic stops has increased. Our officers have pumped up the volume on patrol and are cracking down on all the careless driving, speeding, and reckless driving. Since July 1st, officers have written approximately over 400 traffic violations, citations, and have also given over 100 verbal warnings to drivers. So this, is in collaboration with the municipal court clerk, Ms. Sasha Marsh. Some of the community engagement, we have beefed up patrol in the school zones, and we're also providing traffic control in those zones. We have increased social media community awareness of crime insight. Posting have been placed on our police Facebook page to keep the community updated on crimes in the community. We have initiated the Blue Light Patrol. This is where officers are driving through the neighborhoods throughout the night with their blue lights on to provide another level of protection for the citizens of Holly Springs. HSPD has started to hold Bible studies at the police department on the first Thursdays of the month at 6 p.m. So we are inviting different pastors from the community and surrounding churches to teach each month. Later this month, we will be starting Coffee with the Chiefs. I think our next one hopefully will be in a couple of weeks at Walmart. We've contacted them. Most people shop at Walmart, and that's going to be one place we'll be coming through the front door. You'll see us hopefully in about 2 weeks. Later this month, we're hoping to myself, Chief Harris, to kick off a mentoring program. So look forward to those things. So, but our guys you definitely are seeing the blue lights getting a lot of calls at the police department. Even people are calling the mayor. They do see the blue lights. That sends out a signal to people to slow down. Our night shift guys have really beefed up patrol, guys, I'm telling you. And that's important. Those guys are working hard. Those guys are working hard. And we write tickets, and guys, we also give a lot of verbal warnings to people. So. And I do have one matter for executive session.
Thank you, Chief.
All right.
You and your office, your money, we appreciate it, and I'm sure the citizens appreciate it.
Oh, one more thing, guys. We're not getting the complaints how the public come up to the police department and want to file complaints on police officers. So that's a good thing. We're not getting a lot of that. So.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. I'm coming to you guys today to request from the Holly Springs Tourism Fund an amount of $821.07 to purchase of different games and activities we can do at the multipurpose building downtown.
This is game night.
Yes.
And it's coming out of tourism. And it's what it's coming out of tourism.
Yes.
We talked about the portion in regards to the blink.
The blink
system. Executive session since it's you can admit.
Okay.
That's the only one that I can.
Okay, then. Sounds great.
The rest of us getting our games.
Yes, rest of them.
What we, that, of course, is being very frugal. But, one thing,
No, that's the whole
But what
system.
I'm saying is they're gonna be a mix of that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, yeah. But I was also looking at what really was the link is the number of games and stuff. I guess you're starting.
Starting off, yes, like kind of testing the water with a lot of them.
These are good games.
Yeah. They very popular games that a lot of people are doing in all different park and recreation.
Have you received all the quotes for the palms?
Yes, I actually, I have those quotes and, what happened when I tried to bring them, they said that I couldn't, that's going to board for that particular meeting. So next board meeting, I'm asking to have the representative everybody here to explain all that, but I actually have them with me. 3 or 4, I think 4 in all.
And what about the urgency of the lights? It's not under your purview, but it's still your facility.
Okay.
It is darker than 100 minutes.
I get it. Yeah, and what happened, I actually touched base with the utility department, so they are supposed to be addressing the 2 outside lights on the side, and I actually personally, went, and actually tomorrow I'm supposed to pick up the other lights for the inside of the building.
And what about under the shed?
The shed part.
So many lights missing right there.
I think it's like exactly 5 of them out, so like I say, those on order as well to get those replaced. But I have addressed it though, so I'm just waiting for the Hollis Springs Utility Department to come and do their part.
That's why we're on this, because, Ms. Mayweather, I'm Mayweather, I was bringing up this same subject, because Mr. Jones, I believe that I had mentioned to you about the need to see if I can get an electrician over there, see about those lights, why they're all gone out at the same time. Yes, sir. So, could you tell us where we may be on that?
Yeah, we are aware of the issues at the over at Sam Coopwood Park as far as
No,
lights
this
are-
is
at the multipurpose. Yeah, we have to call in an electrician as far as the wiring is concerned to determine how everything was wired and to then have it wired correctly. Okay, and so that means we're gonna have to get a contractor to come in and look at it.
You know, I'm looking at you like I'm lost right now. We have electricians working with the utility company, am I correct?
Yes, and okay, the wiring in the building needs to be evaluated. The actual wiring, we need somebody to come in, sit down, look at the wiring, make a drawing of what, and tell us what needs to be corrected and how it needs to be corrected. That's what needs to happen to go on there. That's what needs to happen at Sam Coopwood Park as far as the wiring is concerned.
Well, hold on,
to fix
Mr.
the
Jones.
problem.
They're not talking about that. What they're trying to get you to see is, all the lights around the building are not working. And also in Spring Hollow Park, all of the bulbs are out there. So that's what they're talking about as far as your plan on addressing that. Now they're talking about Sam Coopwood
And I
Park.
believe, Mr. Thompson, our conversation, all of them went out about the same time, am I correct?
Yes.
From the park to the, first all the same time.
Yes,
So, Mr. Jones, we're on the same page?
Yes, sir, because when all the lights go out at the same time, that's a wiring issue. That's an electrical wiring issue that needs to be looked at and it needs to be assessed and it's the same time,
I mean,
right?
from my knowledge, since I've been on, they told me, I guess, with the multi-purpose, the outside lights around the building, they've been out for quite some time. But out there at Spring Hollow Park, they just, I guess, just went out. One went there. Yeah, now that they're all out, yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's probably a wiring issue with Spring Hollow Park.
No, I thought you said they all went out at one time.
No. I mean, they never been on since I've seen them. I just know a lot of people been complaining about it.
No, replacing the bulbs is just a matter of replacing the bulbs in the lights.
When can we get that done,
If we have the lights, that can be done tomorrow. But if we gotta order the lights, we gotta wait. But if we have the lights for the park, that can be done tomorrow. And I have to check with the inventory as far as the lights are concerned. I didn't know all the lights were out in Spring Hollow Park.
Yeah, they all out. They've been out for quite some time. I mean, they've been out for a while.
Mr. Jones, guys, we'll have further conversation about this tomorrow.
Okay.
So,
Or as for now, yeah, because we actually going to start the basketball city league as well. So all of that. Yeah.
Just tell me the truth. Where's your on that?
With the roof or whatnot, I'm just still waiting on a couple of contractors to come by. That's the only concern, them come by and checking it out. They stated that they're gonna come by and look at it. They just hadn't got around to it and got out to look at it. But I'm on it for you though.
And I entertain a motion on the purchase of the items that he was requested here comes with the exception of the cameras.
I would like to, move, so move that we,
Yeah, just put this capital meeting. Because if we're gonna talk the cameras.
yeah, we can't do it because of money. If we take off the,
No, just put a cap on what he can spend. I am like, he get $900, give him $900.
Yeah. I so move that we give Parks and Rec $900 for the items that he need.
Okay, it had been moved by Alderman Hodges. Woman Hodges, is there a second? Second by Alderman Ship. Any discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have the motion carried. And you don't need to go into it, so we have to say.
All right, okay. Thank you. So,
Anyone else? Any other department heads? Any other department heads? Okay, Mr. Jones?
Good evening, Madam Board.
Good evening.
Give you a brief update of where we are as far as the emergency declaration that was declared at the last session that we had. We've purchased 2 trucks for the meter readers on auction, and those trucks are in the process of being tagged and licensed. Okay, but they are at the facility, and as soon as the tags are on them, they'll be in service. Okay, that's 2 of those trucks. We've also one of our consultants, Atwell and Gent, has found for us 9,000 additional meters to replace the 7,000 meters that we have that are faded, and we can purchase those at a cost of $80,000. I got a quote and a price from they're coming from Greenwood, Mississippi, and these meters are a drive-by system where we will be able to ride by the meters and read them automatically, the ones that we replace, but they still have to be replaced. And so that means one of the motions I'm asking for tonight is to give me permission to sign an agreement with Advanced Meter Services so that they can install those meters once we purchase them. And we will be purchasing them. You give me the permission to purchase them. I will be, I got to get a truck. We got to get a truck, go pick them up, bring them up here. And they have to, the software has to be created for them via Advanced Meter Services so that those meters will work with CSA as far as the billing system is concerned, to be able to automatically have the information go into CSA, and we can get it automatically. And this is going to get us back on track with the meters and the billing, so that we will be back on track before the new year, before Christmas. But the process is that we have to purchase those meters. We have to get advanced meter systems to write the software, which is going to take about 3 weeks. That's a very important step, making sure that software is compatible with CSA. Then we have to install those meters where they need to be replaced at. Right now, we think it's about 7,000. Could be a little less, could be a little more. Once, as we are evaluating and doing it. So I anticipate that those meters will start installing those in November, and have the system up and running, on the 30-day schedule before Christmas. And there is one other caveat to that. And you'll tell me if I can stop talking. We are going to have to estimate the bills, and CSA is going to estimate the bills for July, August, and September. Because we are 90 days behind now, and that is a necessity, because our flat rates for the gas and the sanitation, customers haven't been receiving those bills, and when they don't, and it hasn't been on the bill because the bills are out of sequence. So we have to get that revenue, and if we don't do the estimating, we won't get that revenue, and we'll forgo it. But then we won't have the money to pay the sanitation and the flat rates, the lights. So that's why we're doing that. And then they'll estimate the bills each month for July, August, and September. That'll put us back on a 30-day schedule, and with the new trucks and the new AMI, that AMI system installed, we will be back with our meters on a 30-day schedule, and there should be no reason that we should, see this again, provided, some type of disaster, or tornado, whatever the case may be. So that's where we are, and that's what so I need those two things. I need a motion to pay the $80,000 for those new meters from Greenwood, Mississippi, with the drive-by system, and the motion to hire that I sign an agreement with Advanced Meter Systems, so that he can write the software and install them when the time comes up.
Do they have a price on the software? All part.
Probably, the software cost for 2 years is $1,900, and I anticipate that if we have to do it for more than 2 years, we'll have to pay, more. But the idea, this is a Band-Aid, and we want to have a new AMI system. That's the ultimate goal. But these are the steps that we may have to go through. I found out today, I have Mr. Michael Watson here with me, is one of the consultants that we've been, this is a different subject later on. Well, I'm going too fast.
Before you go with Mr. Watson, I need to get one clarification.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to come back later and say there was confusion. You said new meters. We are not purchasing new meters.
No, they're used. I'm sorry. I meant used. They're used. Yeah. Yes, they are used meters that were used at an LPC that we are getting at the rate of $10 per meter. Most of the time, when LPCs get used to me, they just toss them away.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
You said there's a drive-by.
Yeah, drive-by.
Now, they have to communicate with something in order
Right.
to be read. Is that part of what?
Yes, that is part of what we are purchasing. Yes, sir.
That's part of what that's up. Besides feeding the billing system, it'll also be to pick it up.
Yes.
As they go back.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jones, do you have any documentation relevant to this purchase?
Yes, I do. But to be honest with you, I forgot to print it out tonight, but I do have it. It's on my phone.
Yeah. I'll say Mayor,
Okay, I will take care of that, Mr. Johnson. I'm sure that he will not go and purchase anything without the authorization from the board. If you all give them the authorization to purchase, we will take care of the invoices and so forth that we need to send along.
Mr. Mayor, you spoke to these Greenwood agency.
No, I have. No, I have not. Not in Greenwood.
Greenwood is the town.
In the meters, what, we give back to the meters. No, that was research that he's bringing to us tonight, but research that he has reached out with,
Atwell and Gent.
Atwell and Gent has reached out with them to,
Yeah,
secure the meters.
Atwell and Gent was the ones that put us in contact with the, they actually found these meters for us so that we could, use them in.
There are motion pertaining to the purchase of these meters. How many meters moved out?
9,000, sir.
9,000 meters at the price of,
$10 a meter.
you said, what you said the price was?
$80,000. Yeah, it's about 10.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay.
gonna make a motion on it because it seems like, I just can't make a motion on it. You have no documentation as it relates to the purchase. And then you're asking us to authorize $80,000 transaction with no documentation. I won't be making a motion.
Is there a motion?
I'll get it up on my phone. Just give me a second. I got it.
Motion into the getting the documentation, so we don't have to wait till next board meeting.
That would be an expert motion to make, that we won't have to come back to the board and do this over again, continue to get this cleared up, in order for us to approach the meters.
Mr. Dr.
No, I have not. He has, Atwell and Gent is the engineering agency that's working with him in discussion that we had. I'm trying to answer what you asked. I did not go falling behind him to look at those documents. I did not. Atwell and Gent is the one that he recommended was going to help him to secure those meters, that he has brought that information except for the documentation that Mr. Jones wants to see. But that's where it is. So I have not looked at them. And the motion was made based on contingent upon the documentation that is necessary for us to purchase the meter. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? Is that your motion?
I don't know, I heard his motion.
I thought I heard you make it. Who made the motion? I thought it was Archie.
Oh, I think it's all. Yeah, yeah, it should, so.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
The second by Alderman Moore. Any other discussion? All in favor, stand by.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Roll call, please.
Alderman Hodges. Alderman Jones.
Nay.
Alderman Shipp. Alderman Moore.
Aye.
Alderwoman Merriweather.
Aye.
Ayes have it. Motion carried. What else do you need, Ms. Jones?
So when you bring this back in, you just need to tell us what type of meters we are, like, what is
These electric meters to replace the faded meters that we have on our electric system. We have faded meters that can be read, and what they are doing to secure meters from other agencies to replace them where they can either manually or computer read.
Yeah, the motion to engage advanced meter services to install these meters if we determine that it is absolutely necessary, and that is what that's what Mr. Watson is here and I are talking about. I found something out today that we can talk about later, but so I need a motion if we need to install these to get advanced meter services to install them, because the sooner we get them installed, the better, the better. They gotta write the software, it takes 3 weeks, and that's the sooner we can get things, get their meter reading and the billing back on track.
We have 5, so.
That's, that installation is $15 per meter. That's what it costs.
This installation.
That's installation, that's what it costs.
There's no way it's hold on stuff like this, man. It's crazy.
Is this Michael Watson's installation price or just a?
No, so,
No, ma'am, I don't have anything to do with that.
no, you don't have anything to do with that. Advanced meter service.
I just got a question about the meters.
Well, and I got a question also, because what we're discussing, advanced meter services and these meters were part of the emergency declaration. So do I have to come back because it was already declared that this was an emergency? I'm asking the question.
What do they have to do when they spend?
What you asking?
I'm asking, because in the emergency.
What are you asking? What's your question?
In the emergency declaration, if I remember correctly, I asked for, to bring in Atwell and Gent to help us with the consulting and to bring in advanced meter services to help us with the installation and reading the meters and getting the software for the advanced, for the meters. That's.
I think he's questioning the purchasing power that he has.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Generally, if you're buying a Snickers bar.
Okay, I didn't, fine. I got you.
Oh, it was funny there. And then actually, whatever it is, it's purchasing. You did.
Repeat that, Attorney Perry.
If it's any sort of engagement as far as the purchase or any sort of money with it, even if it's under the emergency act, engaging them is one thing, but if you'll notice, even when the engineer comes on the night that he comes, he's engaged, but he says, I need to spend $7,000 for so because he's gone over. So what I just said was, gave a horrible example, but no matter what it is, just bring it to the board as far as something that needs to be an expenditure.
Okay. I follow.
That's all. Just bring it to the board.
And Attorney Perry, I want to use that scenario that you used there.
Yes, sir.
When our engineer comes to us before us to pay a claim, he presents it to us
Yes, sir.
in that form. He tells us what it is, he presents it to us. Is there any difference in what he is doing by telling us the cost of what it is, what he wants to spend it on? Explain that to me, please, sir.
Well, you should, well, I just have a critique for what he did, let me be clear. So, but he asked that question as a follow-up to
Understand.
what's done. So I didn't have an issue with that. Now, if the installation is going to cost us, and I've never been to GM, so I'm not that, but my position on that would be, it's gonna cost $10 per unit, plus it's gonna cost $10 or $15 to install. So the total cost would be $25 for it. And then let the board make a decision on a 9,000 unit purchase at $25 per unit instead of a $10 per unit at $90,000, because now it's become a $140,000 purchase as opposed to a $90,000 purchase. So that's how, that would be.
You did an excellent job in clarifying what we needed to hear, but did it necessarily need to be on paper or documented?
I got you.
If it was presented in the manner that you presented.
No, I don't. As a non-voting, if I was an alderman, I would say perhaps, but as a non-voting member, as a legal question, the answer is that it doesn't, that's not a legal requirement, except down the road.
And
Down the road, what?
Yeah, alderman.
the thing about it is, and yeah, and the thing about it is, it's not subjective. It's what, the board wants things in writing. We kind of made that clear. And that's what we're requesting, and that's what we need. So it's not if it's necessary or not, what we want or we require.
All right, that's it for that part. Now I want to introduce Mr. Michael Watson. Okay. This is Mr. Michael Watson of Watson Professional Services. And Mr. Watson is a engineering consultant, operations maintenance with over 30 years of experience in the utility business. He's worked at several utility entities in North Mississippi, and he has spoken with the mayor and I at length as far as helping us with the utilities. It's one of the things it says in the TVA report and the TVPA report and the Public Service Commission is that having an experienced general manager with 15 years of experience or the engineering support to supplement that, that experience. And Atwell and Gent and Mr. Michael Watson and Butler and Snow and the other gentleman that's here tonight, that is the type of support that we need as far as the utility department for the decisions that we have to make. And with that, I'll let Mr. Watson explain what his services, what he provides.
Well, thank you very much. As Mr. Jones mentioned, I am here to support him in his efforts to stabilize the utility district and improve its performance and its operations. I'm a graduate of Mississippi State and electrical engineering degree. I've got a master's degree in engineering from the University of Memphis. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Tennessee. I worked at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water for 5 years and at an electric co-op in Middle Tennessee for 27 years. And I've been doing consulting for about 6 years. Throughout my career, I worked in various roles as an engineer. Most of my career was spent in operations. I was in charge of construction, right-of-way maintenance, warehousing, the IT department, purchasing. And the last 5 years I worked in my career prior to becoming a consultant. I was the CEO of the utility I worked for. And I want to clarify that Atwell and Gent is the engineering firm, and they're going to be providing engineering services. I am a consulting engineer providing advisory services. I'm not registered to offer engineering services in the state of Mississippi, and that is not what my contract addresses. Just to be clear about what my role will be. And I've had very constructive discussions with Mr. Jones and Mayor Terry about the current status of the utility and what is needed to move forward. And we've laid out a game plan. Initially, our focus is on public safety and employee safety. There are some serious assertions made in the various reports that y'all are familiar with about the safety of the system, and we need to address those first and foremost. My initial observations is that the situation with regard to the personal protective equipment in use at the utility department is not as dire as was indicated in some of the initial reports. I do not know what's transpired from the time those reports were made and what, the current situation, but the situation is not ideal, and we're going to take steps to bring it into full compliance with the applicable safety requirements. The second part of the plan is to stabilize the financial condition of the utility, and that's going to involve securing the revenue. It's going to involve getting these meters read that Mr. Jones is asking. That's a big part of the solution. We're also going to have to test the meters for the larger services. We're going to have to take a look at the accounting practices and ensure that they conform with industry standards and primarily that they're in compliance with the TVA contract. We need to develop and implement maintenance programs that are going to make HSUD reliable, safe, and low cost. Now, the low cost part is, in my experience, is when you get a utility that has a consistent maintenance program, a consistent operations program, your costs decline over time. Every dollar you defer in maintenance costs some multiple of that dollar to bring the system back into its design situation. And the reality is the utility department has been deferring maintenance for a number of years, and we are going to have to spend money to get the system in a condition where it can be maintained in an affordable manner. I drove around the system for the last 2 days. I've put in well over 150 miles on my car, and what I saw is much better than what the various reports indicated that I would find, especially the Public Service Commission report. I believe the phrase they use is the system is overgrown. That's not true. There are areas where there are vegetation in contact with the primary conductors. That's not unusual in a system of this size and the rural nature of it. It's not ideal, but it can be addressed. And I don't believe it represents an imminent problem. It can be addressed. We need to address it quickly with proper vegetation management techniques. But it's a manageable situation. I think I visited 4 out of the 5 substations. I think there's one I did not make. Any vegetation problems inside the fence have been resolved. The equipment appears to be clean and operable. I did not go inside the fence to evaluate how the current operations are, but the equipment inside the substations does need to be tested on a regular basis, a consistent basis. That is the foundation of reliability. Problems in substations are very expensive and take a long time to resolve. Typical substation, brand new substation today of the class that y'all operate, you're talking about $2 million worth of construction and equipment. That equipment needs to be taken care of, and we're taking steps in that direction. I do believe that the report delivered to the Public Service Commission had painted a darker picture than perhaps is out there today. And I would attribute a large part of that to the lack of cooperation the people that wrote that report received from the utility district. I don't think they've been very forthright with me and what's out there and what's going on. So I think that is a challenge that we need to address and clear up some of the misunderstandings that may have resulted from that lack of cooperation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you all have of me.
As a consultant, potentially just don't be engaged, I would recommend that any questions be in executive session. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention today.
Uh, nah, that wasn't all of it.
Right now.
Oh,
Yes, I did.
yes, yes, sir.
What else? What, yeah.
Yeah, well,
Well,
yeah. We're gonna talk about, we, some of the other progress that we've made at the utility department in terms of the accounting, at the utility department. Oh, you got me, Sarah, is, we've completed the 2024 annual report. I realize that it's 2025, but it wasn't done, and that's done now. All the work is done for 2022 audit. We still have to do the work for 2023, 2024, and 2025 audits. But we are making progress as far as the auditing is concerned, which is very important to the utility department and the city. And so we are engaged with the auditing firm, and we are anticipating them to come and, and to finish up on the, 20, what's that for the 2023?
2022.
2022 audit. And that's the internal audit that they have, that we've been provided all the information for them to come and do. So, and this is just the pamphlet that Ms. Harris has made up as far as what we've done in terms of trying to collect some of the uncollected debt that's out there, and pay some of our, pay our bills. And we have been making payments to TVA, small, but we have been making consistent payments. Not as much as we owe, but we've been making payments. So this is just an update for the accounting department. That's all.
I just wanted to point out that the FY 2024 annual reports have been submitted to TVA, and currently under regulatory review. I met with TVA 3 days last week and got that submitted. So I'll swiftly work through FY 25 to get that completed as quickly as possible so that we can begin reporting for FY 26 and be in compliance with the reports to TVA. We're currently working on water, sewer, and gas as well, parallel to electric. And then for the Department of Revenue, we are currently up to date on all of our state filings. We were behind, we are up to date. I negotiated waiving of fees. $6,700 of those fees are being approved right now. So hopefully we'll get those approved. The notices to the customers, we sent out letters to 737 customers covering $2.5 million. We received $358,000 from 252 of those customers, which is about 18% of the payments we received since we sent those notices out. Here I have the current past due report status. We still are over 90-day customers. Past due is at 2.9 million. Total for $4 million owed to us. The uncollectible revenue, I noticed that we had some meters that needed to be repaired. So I met with the superintendents. So they have these repairs scheduled. These companies are not being billed properly because the meters need to be repaired. So I met with them. They have this scheduled because, of course, we can't bill them for the usage that they're using if the meters are not repaired. So it's just an update about that. And then on the back, if you'll take a look, we are, for the customers, we now can accept payments through Kroger, Circle K, Dollar General, CVS, Family Dollar, and Walgreens. This is a checkout by PayGo. This was previously approved by the board, and it is live as of October 1st. Customers can scan this barcode or scan this QR code to get a barcode or go to the website, and they can pay their bills at any of these locations.
And when you all put the QR code on your Facebook page, or is it in the bill?
So the QR code is not on the Facebook page, but the website is on the Facebook page. Not on the Facebook page, but the website. So as of October 1st, it was there on the website. Customers who have opted into the My Usage system, they received a text message or a notification via email with all of this information as well. This is posted at the utility department, so anyone who visits, they will be able to get the QR code. However, the website is, accessible 24 hours, and they can just click on the link and be able to get the barcodes to make a payment at one of these locations. And these are cash payments only. Mhm. Thank you.
It is the work of the utilities representatives. Harris, thank you all.
You're welcome.
Report discussions from the board of aldermen.
This I go first, right?
You recognize.
All right, first and foremost, I want to just thank the board and aldermen, mayor, for allowing me to represent the cancer awareness bags to the citizens. Then I want to just thank a citizen from Ward 1, Ms. Paulette. Can you please stand up, please? Sister Paulette, she's Lambert's consultant, and she's been working dearly with me with these bags to give to the citizens. And I just want to thank you for taking your time out for helping the St. Hodges. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll do that. Go ahead.
Talk about the same thing. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I have something else. Okay. On craft, there, it's a bad spot there. It's him out or whatever, take the spot right across from Curve Road. It's that those probably cave-ins.
It's spot I got complaints about big trucks, stuff, I shakes the house. That's, like you said, the updike. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll hold on the constituents on movement. They want to speak also.
Thank you. If you want to add anything to that, we talked about it earlier. I'm with you, Mr. Jones, on that. It's time that we take them up. They get more reports about damaged vehicles than I am about stop speeders. Attorney, I do have something I'm going to present to you for tonight, so about some damaged vehicles. But I'm for removing the speed bumps. And we cannot do them all at one time. And I'm not on the mayor's on right now. I'm using you all the time because I'm piggybacking on you all. But, it's time that we go ahead and can remove all of them at one time. If you did say you go through Woodford Avenue and it's still ready for them to come up, so I'm going to suggest that we start with Woodford Avenue and kind of sectionalize the town and start taking them up periodically as the, street department has an opportunity. And I think just, more you said that you had some.
I've got one place they requested to keep on, and that's old, Elder between Craft and, it's just a little small alleyway. And people turn up through there to avoid the, traffic lights, and got to speed through there. That 7 houses on that street, and they would, prefer that they stay.
Okay. You'll make a motion. If you want this done, you say it, you think that makes me up.
Do we got to include what's there?
With the exception of the other.
I make a motion that we, remove the speed bumps that are on Woodward Avenue, with the exception of, well, you said Elm, I mean, whatever, I mean, so, but we want to make a motion.
For the whole town.
For the whole town?
Whole town. You all make me back up to just a minute. Everybody, were you celebrating or were you hard? Because when you, I want to know, because if we're gonna remove them, we're gonna remove them.
I got the motion there.
Okay.
I said earlier, I know you got.
But Mr. Jones, I think we just.
Hold, so I'm not, let's see if we.
Well,
I can't make my way around.
okay, you're making your motion. Wood. Okay. I know how to handle that. Mr. Jones has made motion to remove the speed bumps on Woodward. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Shipp. Any other discussion? I have discussion. I'm going to ask that you amend your motion to go all over Holly Springs. If you don't amend your motion, we're going to let that pass, because I know how to handle that too. Any other discussion?
Can I get an exception of Elder?
When I make my motion, you can. Any other discussion?
I think we just need to have the opportunity to go around and, kind of like what we did in Pole.
And asking for that every single
I know, but you got certain ones like in Meadows, a lot of those, some of them don't want them, some don't. So it's just kind of.
I have found one in the middle, didn't, when I say the middle, they're begging me to take it. Well, I don't concur. All in favor, stand back.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. Okay. Any other argument?
I was actually being recorded, so we'll just follow up.
I know we need to talk about stuff. That's what I'm talking Let me see, I did that thing. We'll talk about that in the next, if you check through there, you see when I ask you.
Oh.
Yeah. Nail.
Mr. Mayor, was that a motion amended or?
It was not amended. We just voted on Woodward for his motion.
Okay.
We just voted on the amendment for Woodward. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna make a motion the night y'all voted up there. That's what we handle that, and then it's gonna be saying that I didn't take them up. Are you all through? Are you all through? Okay. What I want to do is give thanks to the Marshall County Road and Bridge Department. I did ask for some assistance with, Pleasantville Road. We do have some gravel road, whether y'all believe it or not, inside the city limits. And it was, almost unpassable. But I have asked them to go out, and they did do some major dirt work on it to get it rebuilt, but now we still need to have some gravel placed on it. But they did an excellent job in rebuilding, Hudsonville Road. It's about 3/4 of a mile section in there from, the railroad track there at, the bypass road and the city limits. So I do want to give them thanks for their assistance that we had with that. I do want to entertain a motion, if either one of you care to make it. I would like to have a motion to place the marquee that we purchased some year or two ago, that what the previous board purchased a year or two ago, to go out at the intersection of Highway 7 North and Martin Luther King Drive, in that area where we usually put the Christmas lights. I've asked the engineer to go out and mark us a spot based on where he thinks the best location would be, there to be visible on that end of the city. So I'm going to entertain a motion, if anyone would make that motion.
I would like to make a motion to this.
Motion is made by Alderwoman Hodges. Is there a second?
That's second.
Second by Alderman Moore. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Yes, sir.
Why can't go in front of the multi-purpose building?
Have you seen the sign now? And you think it can go there?
Yes, most definitely.
Why haven't you all put it there?
Because I guess we hung up with previous administration.
That sign, I don't believe MDOT would even allow you to put that sign there. That's the state highway going.
I know it's not on the state highway. Though.
Where you can put it on the building?
No, on this side, but it's leading up to the front. The only thing you have to do is get rid of the landscape that's in front of the multi-purpose. You don't I guess my discussion would be, would that location be beneficial for the entire city? That's the one.
Well, would it be beneficial that sitting in, well, you're all gonna make me go someplace I don't.
Yeah, that's a question.
Because now that marquee has been sitting inside of the multi-purpose center for what, 2 years?
3 years.
3 years. And here I make a motion to put it somewhere, and we can't decide where we want to put it.
Can I just say something on that? Because I've heard 3 different locations on that. I know one you said out there like by the helicopter pad, like Mr. Jones previously stated, he like it's a great idea in front of the multipurpose building, but then also said it's a better spot to put it out there on by toward McDonald's, since it's a lot of the
You have to
traffic.
get state right of way approval to put that sign out there.
Okay. Yeah, so. And I'm with you.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Roll call, please.
Alderwoman Hodges.
Aye.
Alderman Jones.
Nay.
Alderman Shipp.
Nay.
Alderman Moore. Alderman Merriweather.
This is for.
This is on the multi.
So are we looking at Christmas decoration junction?
Any room for the Christmas decoration and
And with a helicopter?
room for the helicopter, that's why I've asked the engineer to go out there.
Y'all remember who proposed the marquee?
You did.
And it was supposed to be placed where?
Mr. Jones? Mr. Jones?
That's all another discussion.
That's right, because it's been there for 3 years.
Yeah, but we don't want to start talking about it because.
Well, it's up to you to vote.
So, you know,
We're waiting on your vote.
I don't know how beneficial it can be over there. You got some people that don't even go on that side of town. So.
sure the citizens don't mind paying for it and exchange it in the side of the first, it's not doing anything right now.
Right.
That's true.
Box is sitting outside the building there, it's gonna start falling off of it pretty soon.
Yeah, we need up, for sure.
But that means we just put it anywhere, just because it's been sitting up
Mr.
there.
Jones, it doesn't mean we done put it anywhere, but Mr. Jones, you all have had
I
3
know, but
years
it
to
has
get
to
it
make
in
sense
place.
though.
It makes
I don't-
plenty
I
of
don't
sense
really
because
too
you have
much
an
care about the
intersection,
time. It
you
don't
have
make
an
sense.
intersection right there that's passed by multiple people, that if it's wired, they, which side of town does everybody go? Which side of town does everybody go?
It gotta make sense. Then it hadn't been much, discussion.
The discussion is over, we're asking for the vote.
I know, I'm talking about.
Okay, the vote is waiting on you, Mr. Alderman Mayor, well, the vote is on you. Discussion is over, Mr. Jones.
If you not understand what I'm saying, we didn't ask for collaboration in regard to placement of the marquee. It's just you coming up and saying, oh, let's put it here. It wasn't no board member.
Mr. Jones, the discussion has been called to an end. We have asked for a vote and the vote is on Alderman Mayor, well,
Well, and I will say that, and I do understand both perspectives because the purchase of the marquee with the previous board, whether we put it up or not, we bought it. We paid for it. And so the discussion of the purpose was for us to have it as an announcement board for the multi-purpose center. That is why we purchased the marquee, for the announcement in the city and the activities that are going on there. But with that being said, I didn't realize that, it was astronomically big for the multi-purpose center. And so. So, we need the marquee up. We need it up. Not just anywhere, I do agree with that. But that is a central point right there in that area. Even though a lot of citizens, some citizens don't go in that city, that's out of town. But they will go there to see the Christmas tree because we get ready to put up the biggest, most beautiful Christmas tree and Christmas decoration, so they have to go there. So my vote will be, I don't know. Okay, so the vote is. Yeah.
thank you, as have motion carries. Next motion that I'm going to make is that there was a previous motion made to take up speed bumps on Woodward Avenue. I've asked that they be taken up all of the city in phases. And that's the motion that I'm going to make again, if none of you want to make that motion, that they be removed from over the city in phases. Is because I've had more complaints about them than I have for them. Mr. Jones, I can respect what you said about you polling your people, and I have been asking you all to poll your constituents ever since I've been sitting in this seat. So that is, can I get one of you all to make the motion? If not, I am going to make that motion that they be removed over the city, except for the section that Mr. Moore said they wanted them to stay from Elder.
Or the Craft and Memphis.
Between Craft and Memphis, that they request them to stay. I'm making that motion. Is there a second?
I don't think you can make a motion, man.
I'm sorry.
I'll make the motion.
Attorney Perry, you've been correcting everybody. You look, you choose to correct me in the first flower legislation. But thank you, because I don't have that Snicker bar you were talking about. But I'm entertaining a motion. It's been moved by Alderman Moore. It's been moved by Alderman Moore. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Schiff. Is there any other discussion? Does not make, I have a time for discussion, Mr. Jones, what makes, it does not make sense?
Well, let's go back to this one thing. I didn't say my motion because.
You didn't make the motion, you second.
Well, second.
Now you got correct.
What I had on the agenda was to remove the speed bumps in unnecessary places.
Because what are we gonna do about our children area?
Streets that they don't need to be on, subdivision or somewhere is where they don't, Woodward, they don't belong over there, other places, they just don't.
Dark areas.
Right.
And Mayor, I do have one place that I can take you on keep speed purchase is on the 28, on. Not everywhere.
Who made the motion?
That's covered on this.
All the more, are you willing to amend your motion? Would you amend your motion to,
What is it? How do you want it amended?
I don't know, because I don't know how come all the children make motions. What are your amendments?
If it's an unnecessary place, the questions don't come.
Yeah, wait. What's unnecessary? How do you define
Yeah, we
unnecessary?
started out with the major thoroughfares 3 times, and then address the side streets and the residential areas later. But when I say major thoroughfares, I mean, how do you define that? Because, going up Chestnut is, I would assume that it's a lot of traffic, but it's cheap. And I'm for taking them up, I just, we need more time to solve it.
Well, I know one of them, Cottrell could not be taken up. Now, right, cause that's like right there by the, it's just like a speed zone.
Here, excuse me for interrupting you, Mayor, but it's getting late. How do we, do I just ask him to withdraw his motion? I entertained it, and I asked him to withdraw it, and we go on to the next matter.
You can die for like a second, I would go.
Okay, did we, I thought we got.
I was all it. It's a second, so you guys have to. You have to take it up where you want.
No, you're not gonna put that blame on me. I want the people to see what we have here on this board. Because now I've made that and entertained the motion to do it, and the board obviously saying that it doesn't need to be done.
I'm ready to make a motion that I.
But you got to define that motion is
I can do that.
what's necessary, and what's not.
Make that happen.
Correct.
All right. I move, to remove the speed bumps, in unnecessary places. I think they should go, subdivisions, not on city streets and state streets.
They in front of schools or playground. Especially with children across, or you help children.
Yeah.
Or you want them to get in there, I'm just asking that because yeah, what's the definition of necessary?
Definitely where necessary for the outlying area of children. Or,
Unnecessary would be subdivisions where they belong.
Yeah.
City streets.
Side streets.
Yeah.
It's
So the only subdivision you got is what, Meadows, West Lake?
Mhm.
Can we table this matter until the next board meeting, please?
If you make that motion, but
Second.
I'm going to table this matter to.
Second.
maybe we get some action on it next time. I've been asking for it since I've been here. The motion's been made by Alderman Jones to table the matter, then second by Alderman Mayor Weather. All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried. Now I have one matter for executive session.
I move that we go into closed session to determine the need for executive session.
It has been moved by Alderwoman Mayor Weather to go into closed session. to discuss the need to go into executive session. Second by Alderman Chip, all in favor, say aye. Vote nay. Ayes having motion carried.
Jim. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Economic Development. Mr. Harrison, Mr. Shaw?
Yes. Everybody gone? Yeah.
Wait a while.
Even if you took the first meeting?
I can call David back.
They must didn't get hired.
She said if it's hard, she would inform her of the slot.
She'll call him.
Come back into the.
But the police department people, they had just left.
Is there a motion back into open session? Yes, we went in. Motion back over. We don't need motion. Thank you for you being results of our.
There was a motion made by Alderman Hodge, second by Alderman Merriweather, to suspend Officer Bingham 5 days without taking investigation. Motion passed 4 ayes. There was a motion made by Alderman Merriweather, second by Alderman Hodges, to transfer Ms. Sharon Stevenson to the position of CSR with an adjustment in pay. Motion passed 4 ayes. There was a motion made by Alderman Merriweather, second by Alderwoman Hodges, to hire Ms. Sandra Holick as the customer service supervisor at the Holly Springs Utility Department. Motion passed 4 ayes. There was a motion made by Alderman Merriweather, second by Alderman Moore, to authorize Mr. Tim Liddy to represent the city of Holly Springs in an economic development project. Motion passed 4 ayes. There was a motion made by Alderman Moore, second by Alderman Shields, to authorize to enter into contract with Mr. Michael Watson at the Holly Springs Utility Department. Motion passed 4 ayes. There was a motion made by Alderman Merriweather, second by Alderman Moore, to authorize the resolution regarding the technology department. Motion passed 4 ayes.
Does that conclude all of our business for tonight?
That happened in the executive session at some time.
You did. Yeah.
Okay, motion number 13, there is a motion to hire Mr. Johnny Glover as a sergeant in the Holly Springs Utility Department.
Need a motion.
You need a motion and a second. Alderman Moore, second by Alderman Hodges.
All in favor, stand by. Those nay. Ayes, nay, motion carries.
The next motion to hire Mr. Markavian Anderson as a certified part-time officer in the Holly Springs Police Department.
The motion.
So moved.
Been moved by Alderman Moore, is there a second? Second by Alderman Shield. All in favor, stand by. Those nay. Ayes, nay, motion carries.
Motion to hire Mr. Braylon Kettler as an apprentice lineman at the Holly Springs Utility Department.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
It's good. And then
So it's been moved by Alderman Shield, is there a second? second by Alderman Moore. All in favor, say aye. Vote nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Motion to hire Mr. Cornelius Jeffries as a water serviceman at the Holly Springs Utility Department.
Have you talked to these, applicants, Mr. Jones?
Yes, I have.
Your motion.
Angel.
Yeah, we did. All that stuff,
Openings.
That's the one out
It's
there.
been moved by Alderman Ship. Is there a second? Second by Alderman Moore. All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Motion to hire Mr. Michael LaShure as a water serviceman at the Holly Springs Utility Department.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Been moved by Alderman Ship. Is there a second?
That's second. I'll second.
Second by Alderman
Burger.
Moore. All in favor, sign of aye. Nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Motion to hire Mr. Caleb DeBerry as a gas serviceman at the Holly Springs Utility Department.
Is there a motion? It's been moved by Alderman Ship. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Alderman Moore. All in favor, sign of aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Motion to hire Mr. David Jones as a gas serviceman at the Holly Springs Utility Department.
Oh. Is there a motion? It's been moved by Alderman Ship. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Alderman Moore. All in favor, sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
Adjourn.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Alderman Ship, second by Alderman Fairweather.
What's your name?
Hey, John.
That's why.